Surfers are set, judges are set, and I'd like to introduce Patrice Guillaume, President of the IBSA, to count in heat number 1 of the World Tour Finals. Patrice, over to you. Count it in.
The contest is on. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Three-man heat to kick things off this morning. Tony Scholl in blue, Paul O'Baden in green, and Glenn Murphy in the yellow. First wave to Glenn Murphy. Running this one through the foam, finding some trim on the inside section and throwing in a nice clean spin. Tucking it under on that first wave. Always good to get one under the belt nice and early, and it goes to Glenn Murphy. Taking his turn. Clean start, sitting in the pocket, laying back into that spin. Running it through seal style into the rocks and ducking out just in time. Those of you tuning in online, welcome to Point Cartwright on the beautiful Sunshine Coast of Australia. You're watching round 1, heat 1 of the IBSA World Tour Finals. Ruben Cambas, please come and check in. Ruben Cambas, please check in. Your heat is going to be going out in the water in about 10 minutes time. 5 minutes gone. The ocean's starting to wake up after that little lull. Here goes Green, tucking into this one. The other two passed it by, and Paul O'Baden decided to take it on. Not getting much out of it though. Slightly fuller face, didn't have the push of his previous wave. Nice wall lining up, and it looks like Blue just popped under the water for a second to get that propulsion onto the way, going hands free. Running that porpoise slide. Nice down face spinner. Just rolling out before the rocks. Nice and clean there from Tony Scholl. Good, solid performance. So we've got 13 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time to go. And Tony Scholl currently moved into the lead. Only man to have got 2 waves so far. Sitting in the lead on 11.0. Glenn Murphy currently in second, 7.0. Needs a 4 to move into first place. And Paul O'Baden currently sitting in third place, just a 1.4. Needing something near perfect to move into that first place slot. But still plenty of time, and that's only 1 wave ridden. While we are temporarily wave 3, I'd like to just invite any friends and family of contestants, particularly the internationals, if you want to come up to the commentary booth right at the end of the point here and share a few words, tell a few tales about the competitors in the water when their heat is on. Please feel free. Come in and give us a shout, give us some background on the people who are competing and that you're cheering for. So yeah, any visitors we've got to the Sunshine Coast who are personal friends of the surfers in the water, come and give us a shout. Halfway through this heat. lines on the horizon, starting to build slowly and surely. A few big lulls in this heat, but we've also seen some beautiful waves roll through. So patience is the game. Go yellow into the lineup, and the wave shutting him down. Second wave in for Glenn Murphy in yellow, nudging up his score slightly, 8.6. Still sitting in second though, and still chasing down that 4.0 to take the lead. Currently held by Tony Scholl. Two healthy mid-range scores, a 6.33 and a 4.67, giving him the lead at this stage. We have got just over 7 minutes on the clock. Questioning that on live heats. Don't worry, we have a timer here. The timer on live heats actually started very slightly late for this heat. But the heat as it stands has 7 minutes remaining. Quiet heat so far, only 5 waves ridden across the board. That's really having to be patient out there. But it looks like Paul Baden having a sniff at this one, getting into it nice and early, clean face, in the pocket beautifully. Really holding on to it. Threatened to fade there, but he kept with it all the way through to the inside. Well done. Good effort on that wave for Paul Baden there. It's going to drag him up from that 1.4 single wave score. See what the judges think. We have 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. Last wave of Paul O'Baden, a 5.33, so this third highest score of the heat so far, but he needs a solid backup on that now. So he's put himself in a fairly healthy position, but he does need a solid backup. We've got 4.5 minutes on the clock. Tony Scholl and Glenn Murphy both letting that one roll through. Three minutes to go. Blue in priority. He's letting that one pass. Currently sitting in the lead. Maybe it's a tactical maneuver. Trying to outplay his fellow competitors and outrun the clock. Tony Scholl has let a few nice ones go through at this stage. Does hold priority. One minute 45. So the time really slipping away here. Tony Scholl holding the lead. Glenn Murphy, second place, 8.6, needs a 4.0 to take the lead. Paul O'Baden in third place, 6.73. He's looking for a 5.7. Paul O'Baden having one on the inside there. Didn't really take him very far. Into the final minute. 1 minute remaining. And Murphy running a high line on this one before dropping down into the foam. Trying to make something of it on the inside. Laying back in a foamy spinner. 20 seconds on the clock. Here goes Tony Scholl, possibly his victory lap. 10 seconds left. Running a nice clean face here. As we count it out, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cleans up heat number 1. Counting the next heat in 3, 2, 1. Can I please call up Mauricio Alfonso, Patrice Rumar, Juan de Dios Ruiz. Please come and check in. You're in the next heat, heat number 3. Right now, this is heat number 2 in the water. And results of our first heat. Third place in green, Paul O'Baden, 6.73. Second place, yellow, Glenn Murphy, 9.5. And taking the win, first place, blue, Tony Scholl, 11.0. Ruben Campus hitting one halfway with a 5.0. Good way to start the heat. Setting the benchmark. And Hugo Genovese, a 2.5. First 2 waves of the heat. As Hayden Michael just bobs down low, projects himself into this one. Fuller wave, trying to make something of it. Didn't have the push. And then Chris Anderson in the green, sitting in the pocket with a very critical spin. Really nicely done, laying back into a drop. Oh, spinning through the barrel, coming out clean. Cracking start from Chris Anderson. Absolute critical body surfing there, sitting in the pocket all the way through, spinning under the lip. Hugo Genovese at 2.5, currently sitting in 4th place. 3rd place, Hayden Michael opening up with a 3.0. First wave of Ruben Campus putting him in 2nd place at 5.0, but setting a high benchmark off his first wave. Chris Anderson, an 8.17. Throwing down the gauntlet to his 3 fellow competitors. Control, good sections, clean. The words coming out of the head judge's mouth. And here he goes again on the inside. Just a quick throwaway. Well, red out the back, Ruben Campus. Running this one wide. Slow and steady through his spin and a reverse spin up the face of the wave. Tricky to do and maintain your momentum, but that's exactly what he did. 4 minutes down and the action is heating up in this heat 2. This is the IBSA 2025 World Tour. Body surfing at its best. Some of the best competitors from all over the world coming here to Point Cartwright on the Sunshine Coast of Australia. Five minutes gone. Blue with priority. Inside, Hayden Michael in the yellow. Nice launching takeoff to start this wave. Burying the head to try and get the inside plane, coming through to the inside and just pulling out. Second wave of Ruben Canvas, a 4.17. Second wave of Hayden Michael, just dropping in now. Empty set, just running through, but out wide. Blue, Hugo Genovese giving away his priority, getting caught in the mush. Ruben Canvas up out the back. Laying back. Beautiful layback trim there. Back on his forehand now and spinning his way almost into a concussion. Very late pull out. No hand spin there from Chris Anderson. Third wave for the man in green. Again, bringing it right through to the inside. Good exchange from red and green. Hayden Michael out lone out the back, taking off now, launching takeoff. Trying to pull in, the wave shut him down. Last wave of yellow, a 4.83, so healthy score for Hayden Michael. But he's getting outclassed at this stage. Still time for him to pull back though and really start to shine. Red with priority. Seeing some outstanding performances here in Heat 2. All the surfers putting full commitment into these waves. Riding right through to the inside. Powering through the flat sections, making the most of them. Gaining every scrap they can out of these waves. scores all in. A 5.17 went to Chris Anderson, 6.17 to Ruben Cambus. So, positions as they stand as we creep up towards the halfway mark. First place at the moment is green on 13.34. Second place is red, 11.17. Third place is yellow, 7.83. And Hayden Michael needs an 8.6. Move into a qualifying spot. Hugo Genovese currently in fourth place, 4.17. And he's currently in a combo position. Hayden Michael bringing this one so close to the rocks on the inside. And then out the back, Green, our current heat leader, throwing another beautiful spin under the lip, reversing it back up the face. Tumble turn, pull out. Now Ruben Cambus turn, answering back, finding the pocket, couldn't quite hold it. It's another good exchange from yellow and green there. Green, Chris Anderson, starting to stamp his authority on this heat. He's the man to beat, the man to catch. .5 for the last wave of Chris Anderson. So scoring both of the highest waves of the heat so far, and he's sitting on 15.67 now in the lead. Ruben Cambus, 11.17 in second, needs something almost perfect to catch Chris now. Hayden Michael, 9.06 in third place. And Hugo Genovese, currently in fourth place, 4.17. Juan de Dios Ruiz, please come and check in. Juan de Dios Ruiz, please check in. So it's a one-man progression in this round one. At this stage, Chris Anderson moving through into round three. And second, third, and fourth places going into the repechage. So to get the direct qualification for the third round, Ruben Cambus needs a 9.5. Hayden Michael is comboed, requiring 15.7, as is Hugo Genovese, needing 15.7 off 2 waves. There goes Chris Anderson, opening with a couple of clean spins, loving his time in the shade. Trying to go the lateral spin, not quite pulling it through. Chris just reveling in these waves. Found his groove and he's sliding so nice and clean. What really defines Chris's surfing is the way he holds into that pocket tucks himself under the lip and stays with it all the way through. Doesn't get hung up in the white water, doesn't reach too far out on the clean face, but sticks in that power pocket in the wave. Bomb approaching the lineup. Looks like Yellow is having a dig, couldn't pull onto it. So the last two waves of Chris Anderson, a 5.33 and a 4.4. Some of the highest wave scores we've seen, and they don't even count into his two highest. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. Ruben Cambus throwing in some rapid spins and then no reverse spin, back up the face, porpoising in towards the rocks. Going the hands free, sliding on the guts. Ruben Cambus, a healthy second at this stage, but that's still relegating him into the repechage. Needs that near perfect score for the direct round 3 progression. Big thanks to everybody joining us online around the world. This is the IBSA 2025 Bodysurfing World Tour Finals. In the water now, we have round 1, heat 2. Chris Anderson surfing in green, currently in the lead. Ruben Cambus in red is in second place. Hayden Michael in third place at this stage, surfing in the yellow. Hayden has the priority. And Hugo Genvais Aguiar surfing in the blue, currently in fourth place. 3 minutes remaining. Hayden Michael, throwing the hands behind the head for the casual layback. Nice wave for Hayden Michael there. Had great control all the way through, nothing hurried. Held good trim, running through. Very composed ride from the surfer in yellow. 2 minutes 30 to go. One minute 30 to go. Ruben Cambus nudging up his score a little bit on that last wave. No change to placings or requirements though. Still looking for that near perfect score to take first place in the direct round 3 qualification. Green currently in the lead, 15.67. Second place in red, 11.77. Yellow third, 9.5, and blue fourth, 5.1. We're into the final minute, 1 minute remaining. Field paddling in deep to try and get something in the closing seconds. Yellow on the inside, blue having a look on the outside. Looks like Hayden Michael a little bit too deep. Now paddling wider, 20 seconds on the clock. Yellow getting the inside line. Nice clean spin, just stroking through the inside, bringing his way to the beach, and we'll count this heat out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Righto, two-man heat coming up next, a head-to-head battle. We'll count this heat in 3, 2, 1. We've got Mauricio Alfonso in the red and Patrice Grumar in the blue. Only one man can go through. First place into round 3. Second place goes into the repechage round 2. Can I call up heat 4, please? Melvin Q, Aaron Buck, Caleb Shasha, and Trento Mitchell. Please come and check in. Your heat is coming up next. Results of heat 2, round 1. 4th place, blue, Hugo Genovese Aguirre, 5.1. 3rd place, yellow, Hayden Michael, 9.5. Second place, red, Ruben Cambus, 11.77. Taking the win and the round 3 ticket. In green, Chris Anderson, first place on 15.67. Congrats to Chris, and Ruben, Hayden, and Ugo. We'll see you in round 2. First man, Patrice Grumar, president of the IBSA. Oh, nicely done. Mixing the hands up. Holding the inside hand to the wave on the opening bit to get the speed. Throwing down the outside hand for a bit of difference. A couple of nice clean spins. Sitting on that clean face. Just ahead of the pocket all the way through on that wave. So, a real exhibition of textbook body surfing. 5.5, the opening wave for Patrice. Cinq et demi for Patrice Rumar. Holding the lead and priority at this stage, Mauricio Alfonso. Just waiting patiently. That last wave of Patrice. Mauricio now has priority, paddling through to the inside. Beautiful to see the flags flying on the beach. We got Australia, Hawaii, France, Brazil. Big international representation here. It's fantastic. There's a friend of Mauricio's around that wants to come up and give a little bit of background to the surfer in red. That'd be fantastic. Five minutes gone, 15 minutes on the clock. Oh, beautiful takeoff into a couple of really clean spins here for Mauricio. Burying the head, going subaquatic. Oh, incredible trim. And out the back, Patrice laying back into a couple of spins before getting hung up in the foam. What an exchange. Really nice outside work for Patrice. Good takeoff into a couple of nice clean spins. But Mauricio running all the way through. Excellently done. It was interesting seeing the speed he generated on that wave. Really worked on his planing, reducing drag as much as possible, getting plenty of lift through his torso, and heaps of speed down the line, enabling him to put in those nice fast spins, really hold with that pocket, and run all the way through. Said Patrice's first wave was textbook body surfing. Mauricio giving us a lesson in trim. Very dynamic surfing from both surfers. So Patrice Rumar currently in the lead on 9.33 off 2 waves. But the single wave score for Mauricio, an 8.0. Mauricio claiming it, and worthily so. So he just needs one backup. He only needs a 1.33 to catch Patrice. He's only had 1 wave so far, and we have 12 and a half minutes on the clock. Plenty of time remaining. Patrice with priority. Priority with blue. Clean line approaching. Mauricio taking a look. Oh, reverse sliding on his back. Going upside down before spinning his way through to the inside section and ducking into the pit. I would hazard a guess to say that's at least a 1.33. Again, Mauricio just really showing that trim, showing how to use his body, find full body connection all the way through the wave, keep himself planing really nicely, even when he's upside down and staring at the sky. Excellent work. A 5.57 awarded by the judges, so Mauricio Alfonso now in first place. Mauricio, your total score, 13.57. You're in first place. Patrice, you're in second place, 9.33, and you're searching for an 8.1 to move into that direct progression spot. Blue with priority. And 10 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes. We've got lines approaching. And through the glare, that looks like Patrice on the outside. He does hold priority. But just giving it away now. Mauricio with priority. Nice swan dive takeoff. Couldn't hold the wave on that one. Couldn't find his trim. So a clean takeoff. But throwaway waves for both competitors. We have 7 minutes on the clock. 7 minutes remaining. A little bit of a tricky lineup to read. Some of the competitors finding themselves too deep and getting closed out. Others going a bit too far out, not able to get the fuller wave before it breaks. The sweet spot proving to be pretty elusive. We have seen some outstanding rides over the last 50 minutes or so. First 3 heats of the day. We've got 6 minutes remaining in this heat. 6 minutes remaining. So it is still red in the lead, 13.57. Blue in second place, 9.33. Patrice Grumar requiring 8.1. Here he goes now. Oh, beautifully under the lip. So clean in the barrel. He's trying to get underwater to get a bit more projection. Five minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. Red with priority. A 3.83 the last wave for Patrice. Sorry, a 4.93 just dropped in. 4.93 the last wave for Patrice. Patrice running some very smooth casual spins on the inside, really taking his time with them. Showed beautiful control through his waves there. 3 spins, very, very clean. We've got 3 minutes remaining on the clock. 3 minutes remaining. A 4.87, so not quite enough to bump up his score. Still looking for an 8.1. Needs a solid score to catch Mauricio Alfonso, holding that lead with 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Goes Mauricio now, our heat leader. Hands by the side, throwing them up in the air and just ducking out. Just pure trim. Nicely done. We've got 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. Into the final minute, 1 minute to go. Patrice Grumar with priority, currently in second place and looking for a big score as the seconds slip away. 45 seconds now. Patrice having a look, couldn't get onto that one. 20 seconds to go. He might have one last jab, couldn't quite get onto that last wave. And it looks like his heat might be done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That concludes heat 3. We are on hold. We are on hold. Two-man heat, head-to-head. Second place, president of the IBSA in blue, Patrice Grumar, 10.43. And winning that one, moving directly into round 3. In red, Mauricio Alfonso, 13.57. Swells really starting to appear here. Looks like first wave might be going to green. Caleb Shasha taking a look at that one. Could I please call up round 1, heat 5, Jack McRae, Jason Napolitano, Jorge Morus, and Henry Sheridan. Jack McRae, Jason Napolitano, Jorge Morus, and Henry Sheridan. Please come check in. Those joining us online around the world, you are watching the IBSA 2025 Bodysurfing World Tour Finals. This is round 1, heat 4. In the water we have Caleb Shasha surfing in green, Melvin Q in red, Aaron Buck in blue. Oh, look at these bombs approaching the lineup. Hopefully somebody will find position. Running through too wide, unfortunately. Lineup just missing out, finding himself too deep to get that one. As we saw from Mauricio in that last heat, trim is your friend on these waves. They peak quite early out the back and tend to slow down a little bit through the midsection, so finding that trim is essential. Surfers just having a dig at these, but finding themselves a little bit out of position at this stage. Caleb Shasha, though, taking this one on the inside, and it's looking really nice. Standing up tall for him. Planing through on the inside. Faded out before he went headfirst into the rocks, thankfully. Melvin looking to be getting into this one. A nice spin. Very, very tight. Arms close to the body. Reversing the spin up the face. Planing the white water onto the inside. Finishing on the fade out. It's like he's wearing the old school Churchills. Melvin Q with a really nice opening wave there. 2.445, the last wave of Caleb Shasha. We'll see how Melvin answers back. Now here goes blue, Aaron Buck. High on that wave. He couldn't quite pull himself back down the face. Numbers locked in off our first exchange. So Melvin Q out in the lead at this stage of 4.07 his opening wave. Caleb Shasha, 2 waves now ridden, giving him 3.26. And Aaron Buck opening up with a 2.63. Apologies, Mel. Chiave. Chiave. I knew Q was too damn easy. So Mel Chiave in the red. Jorge Marus, please come check in. With these international names, they sometimes tongue twisters for me. Feel free to come up and correct me. Always do my best. But it's always good to be corrected and know that I'm pronouncing the names correctly. Surfer in green out here. Caleb came up to me a few days ago, and his name that looks like Skiaskia, he said it's actually pronounced Shasha. So thanks to Caleb. And now Melchiave has, I've been informed that that's how to pronounce the Hawaiian's name. What we're seeing out there at the moment is a peak on the outside, and a nice tight barrel, and then a fade through the midsection before a bit of a reform on the inside. So we're seeing a few of the surfers opening up with a nice clean section at the beginning of the wave, and then losing trim, fading off the back of the wave as it backs off a little bit on the middle section. But the waves that are getting the high scores are from those surfers that manage to trim that midsection into the inside and then finish off clean, close to the rocks. Length of ride is awarded a little bit, but the judge is looking more for that ability to trim through and then performing those critical maneuvers under the lip. Style, flow, control, all of these things are looked for by the panel of judges. So it's not just about throwing in the maneuvers, it's not just about length of ride, it's not just about trim, it's a combination of everything, and maneuvers performed in the critical part of the wave, under the lip, in the pocket, and then maintaining trim to come out of the maneuver cleanly. All of these little pointers rattling around the competitors' heads as they're surfing, ticking the boxes as they go. And that combination, as we've seen over the morning so far, gets awarded very highly. We've seen some 8s, 8.5s over the first heats of the day, and they have been for the surfers who've got a solid long ride, maintained trim all the way through, kept themselves in the power pocket of the wave and performed maneuvers under the lip. And with that little lesson done, throwing a few pointers to the competitors listening on the beach, hopefully. Not that they wouldn't know that already. We have 9 minutes remaining of this heat. Melvin Chiave currently in the lead, 4.07. Caleb Shasha currently in second place, 3.26. And Aaron Buck in third place at this stage, 2.63. So Caleb, you are looking for 1.7 to move into the direct progression spot. And Aaron, you're looking for 1.5. First place goes directly into round 3. Second, third, and fourth competitor, when we have them in the heat, they move into a repechage round 2. Quiet heat, only 4 waves ridden so far. Huey not quite delivering to us at the moment. Seeing some long, calm periods between the sets. Sometimes causes the competitors to drift slightly out of position, so when the waves do arrive, they find themselves too deep or too wide. It's hard to triangulate and maintain your position. Keep on the spot, ready for when those set waves do appear. We've got 7 minutes on the clock. movement on the horizon. Need to get some waves FedExed from Mel Chiave's hometown. The lines are approaching. Mel throwing his hands up in frustration. Still 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Five minutes, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. About midway through the tide today. High tide at 12:45. Here goes Mel. Surfer in red, holding on well to this one. Looks calm on the surface, kicking like hell below. And he held on to that one so well to run all the way through. Managed to throw in a few spins as he came in. Mel doing so well on that one. We have 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes remaining. So just the second wave of reds, a 4.17. 4.17 for Mel Chiave, giving him a lead now of 8.24. So Caleb Shasha now needs a 5.9 to move into a progression spot. Currently sitting in second place on 3.26. Third place, Aaron Buck. He has 2.63 and needs 5.7 to move into that direct progression spot. 3 minutes on the clock. 3 minutes remaining. Green with priority. Two minutes to go, surfers. 2 minutes remaining. 1 minute remaining, surfers. We're into the final minute. 1 minute remaining. Thirty seconds. 30 seconds now. Ten seconds. Surfers, 10 seconds. Last chuck for red here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry, we are on hold. We are on hold. Sorry, surfers, we are on hold. Bit of an unfortunate preemptive wave there for Henry Sheridan. It was a beautiful wave, but the heat hadn't even started. But a good way to warm up at least. And I'll call up heat number 6, please. Neil Schorsch, Roberto Bornhausen, Jared Bridges, please come and check in. In this heat we have Jack McRae surfing in red, Jason Napolitano in blue, Jorge Marus in green, and Henry Sheridan in yellow. We may have another no-show though. Jorge appears to be absent from the lineup, so it's just the 3-man heat. A reminder to those tuning in, this is the IBSA 2025 Bodysurfing World Tour Finals. This is Heat 5, Round 1. The winning competitor of each heat goes directly into Round 3. Second, third, and fourth will have another shot in a repechage. Sets approaching. Turning and going. Yellow on the inside. Henry Sheridan, blue on the outside. So he didn't have priority on that one, but obviously the interference call does still exist. So if somebody does drop in on somebody else's wave and impedes the potential of that wave, then a priority score is called. And what that means is that the second highest score of the surfer is halved. So they get their full first score and then half the score of their second wave for their final total. So that was an interference call, blue on yellow. So reminder to competitors, obviously we have priority, so there is priority interference as well. But that was a clean-cut, old-fashioned interference we saw there, so no priority was on. But blue still definitely dropping in on yellow, getting that interference call. Now red, Jack McRae, lovely clean wave, throwing himself under the lip, spending some time on his back. Running onto the inside fade out. So yellow now with priority. Henry Sheridan way up the point. Span himself off the back of that one. Threw some opening spinners in, but drained him of his speed and momentum. But he's looking again. Decided against that one. Surfers just pushing themselves way up the point now. Taking off on these outsiders. Underwater takeoff there from blue. Jason Napolitano spinning his way into the closeout. Dealing with the soup on the inside. So a nice opener. But the closeout refusing to let him go. And gave him no opportunity to get some good maneuvers in. Opening wave just locked in for Jack McRae, a 5.0. 5.0 for Jack McRae. So currently in the lead. Jack McRae, a 5.0 single wave score. Henry Sheridan currently in second place, 4.37. Jason Napolitano, we're just waiting on his second wave. His first an interference, so that first score held back at this stage, and the second wave just dropped in at 2.83. 2.83 for Jason Napolitano. So red in first place, yellow second, blue third. Yellow with a late takeoff. Henry Sheridan trying to get clear. The white water with his hooks into him, just would not let him out onto the face. .11 minutes on the clock, so a little over halfway. A little more than half the heat to go. Henry Sheridan on the inside, getting very busy. Took off only halfway out, but made the most of that wave. Threw in a couple of very high line spins and maintained his momentum. So we're just past halfway. Henry Sheridan, 4.93 off that last wave of his. As we see Red having a look. Couldn't quite hold it on that one though. Henry Sheridan into the lead. First place, 7.6 at this stage. Jack McRae in second place, 7.0. And Jason Napolitano in third place on a 2.83, carrying that interference. So Jack McRae needs a 2.6 to move into that progression slot. And Jason Napolitano needs a 6.2. First place goes directly into round 3. Second and third going to the round 2 repechage. There's Jack McRae. Oh, coming up through the lip. Couldn't hold on to it. Couldn't make the re-entry. But first few meters on that wave, pretty nice. Seven minutes and 20 seconds remaining. This is the IBSA Bodysurfing World Tour, round 1, heat 5. We're watching right now. Finding some cracking point waves here at Point Cartwright on the Sunshine Coast. Here goes Red having a look. Couldn't quite pull himself through to that one, Jack McRae. And a big shout out to the IBSA and President Patrice Rumar for bringing the IBSA World Tour here to Australia's Sunshine Coast. Stoked to be hosts. And here goes Jack McRae. Familiar with the local waves and just reveling on this one. Coming all the way through, fading out just at the rocks. And he made some decent work of that one. Superbly ridden all the way through. Held onto that trim through that fickle midsection and threw in as many maneuvers as he could. Spinning his way through the barrel, under the lip, and still maintaining trim to clean the barrel out and run all the way through to the inside. Superb work from Jack McRae, awarding him a 7.57. Absolutely outstanding wave. Well rewarded. And here goes Jason Napolitano. Clean face. Trying to hold through that spin as we hit the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes remaining. Did well to maintain that wave. Very, very tricky. He threw the spin in, drained off a little bit of his speed, but still held the wave all the way through to the inside. So a 4.47 awarded for the last wave of Jason Napolitano. Still in third place. Carrying that unfortunate interference call on his first wave. But it is Red in the lead, 12.57. Yellow in second place, 7.6. Henry Sheridan, you need a 7.7 to progress into round 3. And Jason Napolitano currently in third place, 5.89. And in a combo position for that direct round 3 qualification. Second and third do go into the second round repechage. Three minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Jack McRae stretching out a solid lead at this stage. Two minutes 30 on the clock. Jack McRae still holding the lead. And Henry Sheridan riding now. Smaller wave. But he found some good length to it and got very busy. He's looking for a solid score. He might need one of the big set waves that we've seen earlier on to achieve that score. We've got 2 minutes left to go. 2 minutes remaining. Goes our heat leader, Jack McRae, finding some shade. The wave shutting him down. As we hit the final minute, 1 minute to go. Jason Napolitano, last roll of the dice again, caught behind the section. .30 seconds and Henry Sheridan taking off. Again, caught in the section. Surfers maybe pushed themselves a little bit too far up the point. 20 seconds to go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a wrap for Heat 5. Charles Kakos, please come and check in. Results of Heat 5. Third place in blue, Jason Napolitano on 5.89. Second place, yellow, Henry Sheridan, 8.73. Taking the win on that one in red, Jack McRae, 12.57. So red, Jack McRae directly into round 3. Henry Sheridan and Jason Napolitano. We'll see you gentlemen in round 2. Out in the water, we have Niels Schorsch in red. And here he goes now under the lip. Beautiful barrel riding, coming out clean. Throwing another spin under the lip, throwing the hands behind the bed in the sun lounger. Chillin'. So nice. Excellent wave to open the heat for Niels Schorsch in the red there. Blue up and riding, Roberto Bornhausen. Gents just introducing themselves as I was going to. Neil Rausch on that first wave in red. Roberto Bornhausen, great opener on the blue. And Jared Bridges surfing in the green, got an opener. Jared Bridges looking at this midway wave. Spinning takeoff. And now holding onto the foam. Trying to milk it onto the inside. So backup wave for Jared Bridges there. He's now got a pair. But Niels Rausch, the man with the big opener, an 8.07 awarded to red. So taking an early lead. So red with priority out there, and the lead at this stage. Waiting for the last one to come in for Jared Bridges, and then we'll give you a rundown of places. It looks like Neil Schorsch will definitely be holding on to his early lead. Yes, indeed, a 3.37, the last one of Jared Bridges, so up into second place. So red in first place, 8.07. Green is second, 4.87, and blue is third, 3.67. Goes Neil Schorsch with an insider, slotting the barrel. Taking himself a little bit too deep. Blue with priority, green had to give way. Those watching online may have been a little bit confused by that. It did almost look like a drop-in, but with the priority system, the surfer with the highest priority is allowed the wave and can drop in on others in a sense. So you do have priority on the wave, and that's why green Jared Bridges very sensibly gave way on that last wave, handed it off to Roberto Bornhausen. Thirteen and a half minutes left on the clock, so well over half of the heat remaining. Waiting for the last round of scores to drop in, and then we'll give you an update on places. He goes red, looking at an absolutely beautiful wave here, just opening up for him. Sliding on the surface so well, throwing those beautiful laybacks, going subaquatic on that one. Finishing up nice and clean. Neil Schorsch just playing with that one. Absolutely reveling in it. And you could see the elevation he had on that wave, the lift he got. Getting his whole body above the surface. Just skimming across like a stone. Excellent display of very talented body surfing there from Neil Schorsch. And it was awarded a 6.93, backing up his opening 8.07. So a solid lead now for the surfer in red, 15.0, and he has just comboed the field. So Roberto Bornhausen and Jared Bridges both needing 2 scores around the 7.5 mark to try and catch Neil Schorsch, who's stretched out to an early lead with 12 minutes left on the clock. Blue with priority out there. Roberto sitting wide. Niels on the inside in the red. Jared paddling his way across now. Jared has second priority. Digging like a coal miner to try and get onto that one, but he had to give it away to Roberto Bornhausen, who only managed to get a couple of meters out of it. As we hit halfway, 10 minutes down and 10 minutes remaining in this Heat 6, Round 1 of the IBSA Bodysurfing World Tour. For those viewing online, welcome to Point Cartwright on Australia's beautiful Sunshine Coast. You're watching Niels Schorsch in red, our current heat leader, Roberto Bornhausen in blue, and Jared Bridges in green. Wide one, and Niels with the inside line, spending some time on his back, ducking under the lip and pulling out the back of the wave. So fairly clean for Niels there, but that's not going to factor into his overall score. All three surfers taking a look on that smaller inside wave, and all three letting it go. So we've got green with priority out the back, Jared Bridges. Currently sitting in third place. And blue and green both in a combo position, needing a pair of 7.5s to move into that direct round 3 qualification spot, currently held by red, Niels Schorsch with 15.0. Seven minutes on the clock. 7 minutes remaining. Green with priority. Red in the lead. Here he goes now. Heat leader. Very little happening for him on that one. And now Jared Bridges in the green, laying back into a spin takeoff. Got another spin in. Then got munched by the lip. Goes red. Beautiful trim into the pocket. Surfers, we have got 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. No change to the overall places. Still red in the lead. 15.0. Blue second. 7.74 his score. And green third. 6.54. But both blue and green in that combo position. Needing a pair of 7.5s. Big ask with 5 minutes to go. 2 other surfers in the water and these lulls that we're seeing between the sets. Here goes Niels Rausch. Somehow holding on to this one. Niels Rausch going for our first front flip. Niels Rausch giving it his best crack. Couldn't quite come out clean. And resulted in a 5.45. Three minutes to go. Here goes Niels Rausch again. Clean spin using both hands. And Roberto Bornhausen on the inside. He's calling for the judges. Last wave under review. We have 1 minute 30 on the clock. Calling up Charles Kakos for the next heat. Charles Kakos. And so we have had an interference call. Niels Rausch, red on blue. So an interference call, but Niels Rausch still holding the lead with 8.07 just ahead. So 1 minute remaining now, and Roberto Bornhausen now needs a 4.1 to move into a progression spot. Jared Bridges needs a 4.8. So Niels Rausch with that unfortunate interference, making him within reach. So Roberto Bornhausen, Jared Bridges, both needing a low low to mid-range 4-point ride to move into that progression spot. Here goes Jared now. Clean spin into the foam. 30 seconds on the clock. "15 seconds now. 15 seconds remaining. We will count this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Count in 3, 2, 1. Can I please call up round 1, heat 8. Luke Esash. Help me out with your name. Hopefully it's Luke Esash. Matthias Rimaldi, Paul Byrne and Elias Hollenbeck, please come check in. So Luke Esash, Matthias Rimaldi, Paul Byrne and Elias Hollenbeck, please come check in. Results of that last heat, heat 6. Third place in green, Jared Bridges, 6.7. Second place, blue, Roberto Bornhausen, 8.04. And despite the interference call against him, red, Niels Schorsch took the win, 8.07. Opening wave. Going to Jack Lewis. Man, very familiar with Sunshine Coast waves. Ed Sweeney just opening up. Smaller score. And here he goes on the inside wave. Trying again. Cleaner face this time. Giving him the chance to perform. Laying back under the lip. Throwing that outside hand up into the lip. No show from our surfer in green, Charles Kakos. This is a two-man heat. At the moment, Jack Lewis opening up with a 5.17, holding the lead at this early stage. Edward Sweeney, 2 scores, giving him a 2.93. Five minutes down, and we've still got 15 minutes left on the clock. And just again a shout out for Heat 8. Luke Ishash, Matthias Romaldi, Paul Byrne and Elias Hollenbeck. Just make sure you're checked in. Thank you. Jack Lewis with a beautiful layback, throwing the hands behind the head, getting very busy on the inside, throwing in plenty of spin, so much speed through this wave, all the way through to the inside. Superb wave reading, excellent trim, getting that nice layback, throwing the hands behind the head, showing that he's completely in control. .0 awarded to the last wave of Jack Lewis as we see Ed Sweeney swinging in, finding some clean water. Again, throwing the hands behind the head, looking very chill. Almost a match of Jack Lewis's last wave. Here goes Jack again. No hand spins. Launching out of the white water to finish that wave up. So a fairly even match across those last two waves. So a 4.4 for Ed Sweeney and a 5.33 for Jack Lewis. So Jack just increasing his lead. Now sitting on 13.33. Here goes Ed. Ed Sweeney trying to find that trim, getting some lift. Throwing it through to the inside, getting a nice clean spin to finish off that wave. Ed currently sitting in second place, 6.33. It's got that one last score to drop in, and we're almost halfway, almost at the halfway mark. So 10 minutes down, just over 10 minutes remaining. So a little increase on Ed Sweeney's score. He's now sitting in second place on 8.25. Needs a 9.0 to move into that qualifying spot, or a pair of 4.5s. And he has just under 10 minutes remaining to pitch for those scores. Here goes Jack Lewis, high in the lip, span his way off the back of the wave. We have got some solid waves approaching the lineup. Jack Lewis with priority. Jack Lewis having a look, taking off on a high line. And that beautiful looking wave just going fat on the inside. Looked really good on the takeoff, looked like it had potential, and then just went fat. Pushed him off the back of it. Jack, underwater takeoff. Laying on his back. Keeping his hands by his sides. Perhaps getting that little bit of lift around the hips. And disappearing beneath the rocks right on the shoreline here. Going out of sight from the commentary booth, which is just on top of the rocks. .8 on that last wave of Jack Lewis's. Doesn't factor into his overall score. Still in the lead with 13.33 and 7 minutes remaining. 7 minutes remaining. Ed Sweeney still chasing 8.23. Needing that 9.0 or a pair of 4.5s to take that progression spot off Jack Lewis. Currently, Jack holding that ticket into the third round. Ed Sweeney will surf again in round 2, the repechage. Paul Byrne, we are looking for you. Paul Byrne, your heat is coming up in about 5 minutes' time. Please come and check in with the beach marshal, Paul Byrne. Next heat, you can swim out. Please stay well wide of the competing surfers, but the next heat, you can paddle out. Jack Lewis, underwater takeoff into a no-hand spinner and then a barrel, and riding out the foam all the way to shore. Smaller wave, beautiful dolphin takeoff, riding like a torpedo beneath the wave, launching out. Short wave, took it from fairly close in, but made a very, very technical ride out of it. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. Jack Lewis just getting that incredible propulsion out of the wave from that underwater takeoff, that dolphin takeoff, beautifully done. A 6.5 awarded to Jack Lewis. So he has comboed Ed Sweeney. Ed, you are now in a combo position. You need a pair of 7.3s to move into a progression position. Ed Sweeney, you need two 7.3 rides, or the combination of, to move into that direct round 3 progression. 4 minutes left on the clock. So Jack Lewis holding the lead, 14.5. Ed Sweeney second, 8.25. 3 minutes and 45 remaining. Goes Ed, taking off on the inside, holding tight into the pocket. Nice reverse spin, a regular spin, and the wave just fading beneath him. Jack Lewis now with priority, taking it now, wide one. Hands behind the head on a pair of spins. Now running all the way through on a wave that he must have held his breath the entire length of. Spent most of the time with his face underwater, threw in some very, very tight spins. The 6.23 doesn't factor into his overall score. So Jack Lewis still with 14.5, well out in the lead. Ed Sweeney still sitting in that combo position with 2 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes remaining. Here goes Ed with a nice one. Jack Lewis reaching up for the high five. Ed Sweeney just finishing up on the inside. Jack Lewis Doing an underwater foam ride. With 1 minute left on the clock, 1 minute remaining. Ninth wave for Jack Lewis. So Jack Lewis, you have 1 wave remaining. 45 seconds left on the clock. 10 wave maximum. Here goes Ed Sweeney. Really nice inside wave. Getting very tricky on it. Surfed that one very, very well through to the inside. Here goes Jack Lewis again. Oh, going the lateral spin. Running all the way through, and a very, very tight spin out of the lip there. Absolutely insane to finish off. 15 seconds to go. Incredible flat spin there from Jack Lewis. We'll count this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jack Lewis finishing in style on his 10th and final wave with 15 seconds left on the clock, throwing in that 360 flat spin. It's enough to make you cry when the heat's on hold and a swell rolls through. Okay, we're ticking in 3, 2, 1. So that last heat wrapping up with a 6.3 on his last wave. Didn't factor into his overall score. The surfer in red. Second place went to blue, Ed Sweeney, 8.23. And taking that win in red, Jack Lewis, 14.5. Now with heat 8 currently in the water, I will call up competitors in heat 9, please. Ian Moore, Jake Marr, Chris McDougall, and Josh Kirkman. Ian Moore, Jake Marr, Chris McDougall, and Josh Kirkman, please come check in. Jerome, please come up to the judges tent. Jerome, please come up to the judges tent. First wave, Elias Hollenbeck. I believe he's the youngest competitor in the IBSA Bodysurfing World Tour. And Elias opening up the heat. launching takeoff from Luke Eshash there in the red. Elias Hollenbeck opening with a 2.5. Matthias taking off under the lip. Throwing the hands behind the head. Little backslide for Matthias there on his opening wave. First wave of Luke Eshash 3.47. Goes red, launching into that one. Hand on the hip. Front hand firmly planted to get the trim through the barrel. Just a front exit, front fold exit. Elias taking a look in the yellow there. 16 minutes, just under 16 minutes remaining. Blue with priority on the outside. All the numbers dropped. So red currently in the lead on 7.3. Blue currently in second, 5.17. And here he is up and riding now. Matthias finding the trim through the foam, getting some spinners in. You can tell he's kicking the legs to try and keep with this one. Just fading out. Smooth and steady on that one for Matthias. Nothing extraordinary on offer for him. So with red in priority position at the moment. Placings are at this stage: first place blue on 8.27, red in second on 7.3, and yellow up and riding now. Elias Hollenbeck, local lad, 3.83. He's going to be advancing his score a little bit there. Sorry, Elias is actually Hawaiian. He surfed last weekend in an event we had here, and I wrongly assumed that he's a local lad. We can pretty much claim him now. We can call him local. He's been here for a week. 4.17, the last wave of Elias's. Healthy score, but not enough to bump him up just yet. It's the second highest score of the heat. (11:30) on the clock. Matthias currently holding the lead, 8.27. Second place at the moment is Red. Luke with a 7.3. And Elias currently sitting in third place, Surfer in Yellow on 6.67. Luke Eshash needs a 4.5 to move into that direct progression spot. And Elias looking for a 4.2. Here goes Luke now. Again, that big launching takeoff. Now he's trying to get his way out of the white water. Throwing in some maneuvers in the foam. Now Elias taking off wide. Getting busy, throwing it onto his back. Beautiful trim here. Very slow through a spin, spending some time, reversed again. Oh, so busy on that wave. So busy. Hawaiian cheer squad going crazy. And the judges suitably impressed. 6.5 for the last wave of Elias takes him into the lead. So third to first for the Surfer in Yellow. Now sitting in the lead on 10.67. Second place now, Blue, 8.27. Matthias, you require a 5.6 to move back into first place. And Red is in third place on 7.3. Luke Eshash, you need a 6.9 to move into that progression spot. Matthias and Luke both currently looking at the round 2 repechage. Josh Kirkman, please check in. Josh Kirkman, if you're on the beach, please come check in. It's outstanding performance from, I think, our youngest competitor of the World Tour finals here, Elias Hollenbeck. Young lad going from third to first on a single wave, 6.5, cracking last wave. Second score is a 4.17, so he'll be looking to drop that off to try and firm up that first place. Just under 9 minutes to go. And Luke kicking hard to get into position for this wave. Taking off in the foam and losing it, unfortunately. $10 points for effort, but unfortunately, the judges don't award effort alone. Elias, another cracking wave. Had a really high line to open it. Now he's running it through. Bringing Point Panic to the Sunshine Coast. Beautifully done. Here goes Luke Eshash, another nice wave. But unfortunately couldn't stay with it. Unlike Elias, who ran that one all the way through once again. He's really got this break dialed. Here goes Red again, tucking himself up under the lip, launching himself down the face to stay with it. It was very well done. He nearly lost it, gave a double dolphin kick, launched himself back onto the wave, held it well. But young Elias is proving himself to be the man to beat. Got 6.5 minutes on the clock. Judges dropping in the scores. Blue with priority, sitting way up the point. Elias in yellow, second priority, sitting halfway in. And Luke sitting in third place at the moment, making his way back out again. Here goes Matthias now, taking off on the outside. Trimming down the face, nice change of direction to keep with the pocket. And trying to trim through the flatter section. Head down, kicking hard. Trying to make it through to the reform. Throwing in a front flip to finish off. Couldn't quite finish it off. Five minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. So the two highest scores for Elias Hollenbeck, 6.5 and rounding it out with a 4.43. Puts him in the lead at this stage, 10.93. Matthias in blue, his last wave, a 3.73. So it sticks him in second place at this stage, an 8.9. Currently in third place, Red, Luke Eshash, 8.5. So Matthias needs a 5.8 and Luke needs a 6.3. Couple of solid lines approaching the lineup. And Luke deciding against that one. Perhaps rightly so, it faded through the inside. Looked really nice out the back though. Big set wave come through. Everybody having a look. Everybody slightly out of position. Three minutes on the clock. Still yellow in the lead, 10.93. Blue in second place, 8.9. Red in third place, 8.5. Matthias needs a 5.8. And Luke needs a 6.3 to move into that direct qualifying spot. Currently, they'll be moving into round two, the repechage. So So they do have another roll of the dice. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Clock is ticking down. Hawaii's Elias Hollenbeck in the lead, but not out of reach. Matthias and Luke still both looking threatening. They can strike. They've got a minute and a half to go. Both surfers looking for a low to mid 6-point ride. We hit the final minute. 1 minute remaining. Seconds slipping away. Set approaching. Matthias taking a look. Elias has priority. And it's just breaking too wide. 30 seconds on the clock. Fifteen seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wraps up Heat 8. Count this next heat in. 3, 2, 1. We are on to heat 9 of this 12 heat round 1. Could I please call up Greg Wilkinson, Harry Gordon, Brian Knowles, and Brett Templeman? Please come and check in. Gentlemen, you will be up next in heat 10. Results of heat 8. Third place in red, Luke Eshash, 8.5. Second place in blue, Matthias Romaldi, 8.9. Taking that win for Hawaii in yellow, Elias Hollenbeck, 10.93. Good work, young'un. First wave for Jacob Ma. Pretty strong Australian representation here in Heat 9. Jacob Ma, Chris McDougall and Josh Kirkman all from this fair country. I'm not sure about Ian Moore. And the Americans have called me out on that one. The sole American in this heat. So Ian Moore, Team USA. Up against a bunch of Australians and doing a fine job on his first wave. Very nicely run through. You can hear the US cheer squad going loco. Loving that opening wave of Ian Moore's. He made the most of it. It wasn't the most perfect looking wave, but he drew every scrap he could out of it. Held tight into that pocket, utilized the energy of the wave to throw those spinners in, maintain his momentum all the way through to the inside. So a smaller score, but certainly showing the potential of the Americans surfing in red. Very intelligent surfing. So the opening exchange, a 2.47 for Jacob Ma and a 2.17 for Ian Moore. But certainly opening the door to what is going to be a pretty dynamic heat here. We've got 4 very, very talented, competent surfers in the lineup right now. So the priority zone is further up the point. So surfers sitting on the inside won't be awarded priority. They're trying to take off on these inside waves. They won't be awarded priority. It's only the surfers further up the that gain that priority advantage. Josh Kirkman opening up with a really nice one, punching through the foam, running this one onto the inside, somehow holding on, spinning his way right into the rocks, and a beautiful opener from the surfer in yellow. Caught it from way out the back and just locked himself into that pocket, threw an anchor down and stayed with the wave all the way through. $7.47 awarded to Josh Kirkman for his opening wave. Taking an early lead, 5 minutes down, 15 on the clock. So Josh Kirkman out to a strong lead at this stage, 7.47. Second place at the moment, Jake Ma on 2.47. And Ian Moore currently in third place, 2.17. Josh Kirkman with the backup wave, deciding to grab this one as he paddled his way back out again. And he's going to run it almost onto the sand. Again, small wave, holding it really well and making the very most of it. Goes green, taking a look, planing in. First wave for Chris McDougall there. Josh Kirkman backing up with a 5.47. So Surfer in yellow looking very strong in the early stages of this heat. Comboing the field at this stage. Chris McDougall, 1.67 for his opener. Ian Moore getting caught behind the foam there. And as we see Jacob Marr taking off, finding some clean face and spinning under the lip, getting some shade but then getting shut down. And for those screaming and shouting at me on the international webcam, I have been informed that we believe Chris McDougall is actually from stateside, Hawaiian. We had a competition last weekend here, and I'm pretty wrongly assuming that a few of the competitors in that are actually locals. But plenty of visiting surfers also took place, so forgive my lack of knowledge. We hit halfway, 10 minutes down, 10 minutes remaining. Josh Kirkman holding on to that lead. We do have a couple of scores left to drop in, but I think Josh Kirkman will be remaining in first place at this stage. Jacob Marr taking advantage of his priority there. running that one all the way into the inside. We saw a smaller wave from Josh Kirkman. Chris McDougall also getting one from the outside. Seven minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. The last numbers come in and then give you a rundown on the scores and places. If anybody's found some black sunnies, please drop them into the beach marshal. We've got a pair of lost black sunglasses. Drop them in. Here goes Ian Moore. High line on this one. Trying to hold it. Working really hard to stay with the wave, but it just ran away from him. A little bit too fat. Didn't have the push in it that he needed to stay with it. Did well to get as far as he did. Now here goes Josh Kirkman again, our heat leader. Again, very high line. Wave shutting down on him. But he's still wrestling with the white water on the inside, looking for a reform. Coming out clean, staying with this. And he did well to get the length he did out of that. Beautifully done. Another solid wave from Josh Kirkman, holding the lead very confidently at this stage. We've got 6 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. 6 minutes and 15 seconds. So a 5.37 for Josh Kirkman. Third highest wave score, and he's got the other two highest as well. And that didn't factor into his overall score. So still sitting in the lead, 12.94 is surfer in yellow. Blue is currently in second, 8.33. Looking for an 8.7 to take that first spot off Josh Kirkman. Ian Moore currently in third place, 4.84 his score, and Chris McDougall in fourth place, 3.34. Both surfers, red and green, in a combo position for the first place, each requiring 6.5 to move into a qualifying spot for round 3. Currently second, third, and fourth, blue, red, and green, will be surfing in the repechage round 2. We have 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. So blue has priority, red second priority. Ian Moore digging at that one, couldn't quite hold it. Just over 3 minutes left on the clock. Yellow in the lead, blue second, red third, green fourth. Blue, the only one in single wave striking distance of a strong lead held by Josh Kirkman. Jacob Ma needing an 8.7 to get that direct round 3 qualification spot. Two minutes 30 to go. You are watching the IBSA Bodysurfing World Tour Finals here at Point Cartwright on the Sunshine Beach of Australia. Here goes Jacob Ma, threading the needle under the lip, holding on, busting out the doggy door to try and drag himself through the remainder of that wave. And out the back, our heat leader, Josh Kirkman, going hands-free. Now sliding onto the inside section. Casual spin down the line. Couple of porpoises. Finishing off that wave. One minute and 30 seconds to go. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Josh Kirkman still holding that strong lead. Red now with priority. Sitting way up the point. Blue and green in the midway section. Yellow just paddling back out. 1 minute on the clock, 60 seconds to go. Jacob Ma having a look at the inside line on that one. Deciding against it. 30 seconds to go now. Ten seconds left on the clock. We'll count this one out with yellow holding that strong lead. 3, 2, 1. We're in 3, 2, 1. So surfers in the upcoming heats, when you're paddling out prior to your heat, please keep well wide of the competing surfers. Please paddle way out to the left. It's challenging to keep a hold of who's in priority, where each surfer is, if we're seeing a lineup full of colored caps. So surfers in the upcoming heats, please do make sure you paddle well wide of the competing surfers. Thank you. Could I please call up Heat 12, the final of the men's division? Sorry, the final heat of the men's division. Matthew Mathis, Keo Owana, Jeff Devins and Dylan Kelly, please come and check in. Sorry, we have Heat 11 coming up. So that'll be green, Pat Marlowe, Augusto Cristofano, Yao Bruguera, and Patrick McNally. Please come check in. Those following on live heats, we do have a little technical error, but we're manually keeping the scores. So those following us internationally on live heats, just ignore what the screen's saying in front of you. We've got the scores manually written down here, and we'll catch that up for you very shortly. So in this heat we have Greg Wilkinson in red, Harry Gordon in blue, Brian Knowles in green, and Brett Templeman in yellow. Here goes blue, Harry Gordon. Trimming, hands free. Throwing in a quick spin to finish off. So at this stage, looks like Greg Wilkinson is holding a lead at the moment. And a reminder to those following online, we are keeping scores manually. Please disregard the scores you're seeing online. Just had a slight technical error. So we are all caught up on scores at this stage with 14 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Greg Wilkinson currently in the lead, a single wave score of 4.6. Harry Gordon in second place at this stage, 3.67 off two waves. Brian Knowles in third place, 3.57. And yellow up and riding now. Spinning his way off the back of that wave was Brett Templeman. 3.1 his first wave. He's going to advance on that score. And a 2.87, launching him from fourth place into first. So yellow is in the lead, 5.97. Green in second, 5.17. Red third, 4.6. And blue fourth, 3.67. So a big change in the lineup after that last exchange. Goes red, holding high. Greg Wilkinson now dropping down into the face, throwing the hands behind the head for a very casual spin layback. 12 minutes left on the clock, 12 minutes, so solidly more than half the heat left. 4 competitors already getting busy. And a 3.1 going to Greg Wilkinson, moving him into first place. So it's now red in the lead, 7.7. Yellow second, 5.97. Green is third, 5.17. And blue is fourth, 3.67. So a very, very tight field. First place within reach of yellow, green, and blue. So at this stage, with blue in priority, it is anyone's heat. Very, very tight across these 4 surfers. Can I please call up Augusto Cristofano and Yao Briguera? Augusto Cristofano and Yao Briguera, please come check in. Brett Templeman doing beautifully on this wave. Finally finding that nice open face. Excellently done there by the surfer in yellow. See how the judges award him on that one. But did very, very well to connect all the way through on that wave. So really good technical riding there from Brett Templeman. 6.23, moving him into first place. So yellow in first place now, 9.33. The field's starting to open a little bit. Red is in second place, 7.7. Looking for a 4.8 to move into that progression spot. Green with priority, currently sitting in third place, 5.17, and searching for a 5.8. And blue sitting in fourth on 4.43 and looking for a 7.0. Just under 8 minutes remaining. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Brian Knowles taking a sniff at this one. Sliding, straight lining into that one. Now getting hung up in the foam. Harry Gordon took a look out the back. Harry currently sitting in fourth place. Very, very strong body surfer, but unable to find the wave at this stage. 6 minutes on the clock. Red with priority. Creeping up towards the high tide. High tide hitting at 12:45, so in about 50 minutes time. And we're at the 5 minute mark. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. Yellow still holding lead in this this very, very close heat. 9.33 his lead. Red is in second, 7.7. Green third, 5.17. And blue fourth, 4.43. Now red, Greg Wilkinson running the clean face, finding the open water, putting in two very clean spins, finding that trim, all the energy locked into the pocket, running through to the inside and ducking out in complete control just before going face first into the rocks. Had some nice change of directions through that wave as well. Augusto Cristofano and Yao Verguera, please come check in. Augusto and Yao, please come check in. Three minutes and 30 seconds to go. Yellow, Brett Templeman answering back to Greg Wilkinson, tucked tight under the lip, throwing in some spins. So Greg Wilkinson's last wave, a 6.9. So now sitting in first place on 11.5 for the surfer in red. But Brett Templeman answering back, 6.23. His last wave. So a couple of numbers yet to drop. And a 4.93, the last awarded for Brett Templeman. So close second place, 11.16 his combined score. Now the field split into green currently sitting in third place. Now looking for an 8.0, Brian Knowles. You need an 8.0. And Harry Gordon, you need an 8.8 to move into that direct progression spot into round 3. Currently sitting in the repechage places. With 2 minutes left on the clock, just over 2 minutes remaining. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Still red in the lead, yellow second, green third, blue fourth. So yellow needs 5.3 to take the lead. Green needs 8.0. And blue needs 8.8. 1 minute on the clock. So Yao and Augusto, if you're around, please check in immediately. Your heat is coming right up. 45 seconds to go. Green up out the back. We saw a nice one from Harry Gordon. Brian Knowles not able to make much of that wave. We've got 40 seconds to go. High tide definitely doing us favors here. We're seeing some nice lines coming through. Beautiful bomb out the back. Red sitting wide, green sitting wide, passing that one up. Ten seconds to go. And we'll count out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll count this heat straight in. 3, 2, 1. So Augusto Cristofano and Ya Braguera, both a no-show, unfortunately, in this heat. So those following online, we did have that technical error from the last heat, but we've had to just correct it in this heat as well. It just ran through to heat 11, so those scores you saw pop up, they were an unfortunate error, but the board's all cleared now, no waves ridden. Starting this heat fresh, we've got Pat Marlowe surfing in the green, and Patrick McNally, the man they call the Paddy Wagon, surfing in yellow. So heat 12, I think I called you out early, but please come and make sure you checked in to Matthew Mathis, Ko Awana, Jeff Devins, and Dylan Kelly. One more heat of the men's. You're currently watching heat 11. We've got heat 12 to go. And then it'll be the ladies' turn. Very fortunate to find this protected little pocket on the Sunshine Coast here. Some of the open beaches well and truly blown out. Very, very messy. But we've got a little bit more of an angle on this beautiful point wave you see out in front of you. This is Point Cartwright. Midway down the Sunshine Coast. We're getting wave after wave after wave rolling through here. Very fortunate and grateful to the locals for giving up this beautiful little secluded break so that we can compete here for the IBSA Bodysurfing World Tour Finals. Yellow, Patrick McNally with a cracking takeoff. Oh, the wave just doubling up. And he got munched on that one. Warping twist on that one. Looked like Point Solander or Shipstern's Bluff. Here he goes again. Little spin takeoff into the pocket. So 2 waves for yellow, a couple of very fast back-to-back waves, and looking at a third, deciding against it. 4 minutes gone, 16 minutes left on the clock. First wave for Pat Marlowe, finding some distance, just ducking out. Commentator's curse. As soon as I said anything about distance, the wave said, "Not today, thank you," it's shut down. So opening 2 waves for Patrick McNally, got some fast back-to-back waves, a 3.33 to open up on that bowly little double up we saw him take off on. And a 2.1 backing that up. So 5.43 his combined score. And Pat Marlowe just answering back with a smaller score, a 2.2. So both of our 2 competitors with numbers on the board. Patrick McNally 2 waves and Pat Marlowe just with 1. Welcome to all those joining us from all across the world, watching the live webcast of the IBSA Bodysurfing World Titles Finals here at Point Cartwright on Gubby Country. We do pay tribute to the traditional custodians of this land and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. Very fortunate to be on this beautiful stretch of coastline here today. Here goes Green having a look, straight lining Pat Marlowe, throwing the hands behind the head. Finding some open water. You can see he's kicking like hell to try and keep up on that wave. Did very, very well to get the length out of it that he did. Made it look easy, but he'd be gassed after that. That was a heavy kick all the way through that wave. You could see his shoulders rocking backwards and forwards. And awarded a 4.1. So taking the lead, we're creeping up on the halfway mark. Pat Marlowe in the lead, 6.3. Pat McNally just behind, 5.43. Looking for a 3.0. Pat McNally needs a 3.0 to reclaim the lead. And we have 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining, so halfway. Waves out on the point, just sucking off that rock shelf. Kayo or Kayo, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Kayo or Kayo Awana, please check in. Your heat 12 is coming up in about 8 minutes. Kayo is actually a no-show. Pat Marlowe with a very casual, slow spin, hands thrown behind the head. Now he's finding this nice, steep, clean face on the inside, just fading off the back. But a good backup, very healthy backup for his last 4.1. Almost a replica of his previous wave. We'll see what the judges think and see how his score matches up. We've got just over 8 minutes remaining. Now Pat McNally having a look out the back. Having to dig in hard for this one. Couldn't make it on. Just a little bit too far out. A little bit out of position. Both surfers taking very different approaches to this heat. Pat Marlowe sitting a little bit closer on the inside. Pat McNally way out the back. Looking for those set bombs. Last wave of Pat Marlowe's a 4.53, so extending his lead. Got 7 minutes 30 on the clock, and Green in first place now on 8.63. Yellow is in second on 5.43. So Pat McNally now requiring a 5.3 to move into that immediate round 3 progression spot. Pat McNally being very patient out the back there. Pat Marlowe sitting a bit further in. Yellow having a look for this outside set wave, digging into it, trying to ride the foam into it, sitting a bit too deep, couldn't quite come out of it. So the waiting game maybe not giving him the odds on that one. .33 the last for yellow, so not affecting his overall score. He still needs that 5.3. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. Pat McNally again opting to head way up the point. Pat Marlowe sitting out wide. Four minutes, 6 waves ridden across this heat. Green in the lead, 8.63. Yellow second, 5.43. Time slipping away, 3 minutes 30, and Pat McNally having a look. A little bit too wide on that one. Takeoff is critical here. Too deep and you get stuck behind the foam. Too wide and you miss the wave altogether, but he just nailed that one. Tucked himself straight under the lip. Battling with the foam. 3 minutes remaining. And throwing in a double spin on the insider. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. 2 minutes 45 on the clock. Pat Marlowe almost falling onto this wave. Couldn't quite make it on. Looked like it had come straight to him, but it was still a little bit full when it reached him. Last wave of Pat McNally at 3.0, so increasing his score, but doing nothing to his requirements. Still needs a 5.3 with 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. inside the final minute now. 45 seconds left on the clock. The pressure landing firmly on Pat McNally's shoulders, searching for a 5.3 to get that round 3 progression. But he will surf again. Round 2 is a repechage, so it gives those in 2nd, 3rd and 4th places across the heats this morning the chance to surf again and fill out the remaining places in round 3. 15 seconds to go. This heat will be done and dusted in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat 12, the last of round 1 in the men's division. Can I please call up Lila Crouch, Rebecca Stott, Marina Travesso, and Susie O'Neill. I believe Susie no-show, but those other 3 surfers, please check in. Your heat will be up next. So results of the last heat. 2nd place, yellow, Patrick McNally on 6.33. 1st place to green, Pat Marlowe, 8.63. Pat, we'll see you in round 3. And Paddy Wagon, see you in round 2. Yellow with the opener, Dylan Kelly. Strong outside section to the wave before getting caught in the white water. There he goes. Matthew Mathis finding the open water and pulling all the stops out, getting super busy for the American there. Nicely done. He had a small opener and then just backed it up. He'll be getting a higher number for that one. .83, that last one for Matthew Mathis. That's backed up his first wave at 2.0, so sitting in the lead at this stage on 6.83. Dylan Kelly opening up with a 2.5. Green taking a look. Jeff Devons taking off just behind the white water. Punching through. Trying to find his way into the pocket. Couldn't quite find it. Got a little bit lost in the foam. Dylan Kelly opening up slow on the wave. Now looking for the face, looking to go to work, laying back onto the wave face and running all the way through. Clean, controlled pull out. Reversed that wave nicely, spent some good time on his back. Nice and slow and controlled through his turns, spending some time inverted. And good control all the way through for the surfer in yellow. Puts him up into first place at 4.57. So yellow now in first place, 7.07 his combined score. Red is in second, 6.83. And green is in third, 2.33. So Matthew, you need a 2.3 to move into that direct progression spot. And Jeff, you need a 4.8. Still just under 15 minutes left on the clock. Jeff Devons taking a look at that one. Wave just holding up. Matthew Mathis getting some good projection onto that wave. Running the porpoise through the white water. Spending some time underwater. Might nudge his score up a little bit. He might even be able to catch Dylan Kelly on that last wave. And he does, a 3.1. So puts him over the line and into first place again. So red now in the lead, 7.93. Yellow second, 7.07. Green third, 2.33. That means that Dylan Kelly is now requiring a 3.4 to regain that first place. And Jeff Devons, a 5.6. Big shout out to all the names and faces behind the event that we're seeing here today. IBSA President Patrice. Oh, look at this from Dylan Kelly. Beautiful takeoff and punching through the foam. Now hands free onto the inside section and rolling out in control. Oh, red mat straight into the barrel. And then busting out the back. And then out the back in green. Jeff Devine also having a look. So the lads getting a little bit excited as we hit the halfway mark in this heat. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes remaining. And a huge thanks to all the volunteers and the organisers behind the event. Thanks to our Sunshine Coast hosts, Linda Franklin and Darren Verenkamp. And all the other people that have put the tents up, got the electrics working, sitting behind the camera on the webcast. Everybody involved. Goes Matt again. Matthew's been so busy through this heat so far. He's just relinquished first place. Dylan Kelly's last wave of 4.23, but Matthew has just answered back. Does he have enough? Needs a reasonable score. And didn't quite get it. So with just under 9 minutes remaining, Dylan Kelly is now holding the lead with 8.8. Matthew Mathis in second place, 7.93. Looking for a 4.0, Matthew. You need a 4.0 to retake first place. And as we see Jeff Devins up out the back, currently sitting in third place. Straight lining on that one, caught behind the foam. Sitting in third at the moment, 2.33. And Jeff Devins just backing up with a 2.2. So increasing his score, but not changing his place. Still sitting in third place, but now on 4.53. Matthew Mathis needs 4.0 to move into the first spot. And Jeff Devins needs a 6.5. Proving very hard to connect the dots on these waves. Some of the guys being able to lock in on the outside, and then that midsection either shutting down on them or fading away. But once or twice we've seen the line connected all the way through. And earlier on today, as the tide was a little bit lower, we saw some cracking scores coming in. Some low to mid 8-point rides. Some superb body surfing. The struggle is on just a little bit more for the competitors in Heat 12 here. A bit more water running across the lineup. Waves being a little bit fuller, not quite as much power to them. But even so, we are seeing some outstanding performances. Here goes Matthew again, finding a gem getting some shade. Surfers, we have got 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. Yellow is in the lead, 8.8. Red is second, 7.93. Green is third, 4.53. Matthew Mathis, you need 4.0 to move into that round 3 progression spot. And Jeff Devons, you need 6.5. Looks like yellow is in position, launching into this one. Finding his way down the face. Redirection, trying to hold with it. Did well, head buried. Porpoising his way out. Running this one all the way through. And pulling out clean. So he's looking to drop off a lower mid-range score, and I think that's going to come in fairly healthy for him. So Dylan Kelly looking to advance his lead. And a 5.67 locked in for Dylan Kelly with 3 minutes and 30 on the clock. So extending his lead now on 10.24. Yellow in the lead. Red is in second place on 7.93. And Matthew now needs a 5.5 to move into that direct progression spot. Green is in third place and chasing down an 8.0 now to move into that round 3 progressions place. 3 minutes left on the clock. Talking before about the difficulty in connecting from out the back to the inside, but Dylan Kelly just did exactly that. Surfed that so well. Found the pocket, got sucked up the face of the wave, but then found his way back down to run that wave all the way through to the closeout. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Matthew Mathis frustrated with that wave. 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. And Matthew Mathis still looking for that 5.5. Searching for a solid score. He surfed very strongly in this heat, but hasn't quite found those gems. Jeff Devons, though, finding a late one. Charging on this one. Turning his back into the wave to try and hold with it. 1 minute remaining, surfers. 1 minute remaining. Dylan Kelly left out the back with a bomb set. Trimming this one through. Finding his place under the lip. Matthew Mathis throwing the hand up for the 5 on the way through. Dylan Kelly wrapping that one up in the shore with 30 seconds left on the clock. 30 seconds remaining. The numbers of this heat will be done in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That concludes the IBSA Bodysurfing World Tour Finals Round 1 for men. Now it's time for the ladies. So this is Can I please call up the ladies for Heat 2? Scotty Schaefer, Bianca Klafke-Beck, Alexi Stott, and Bendy Baggs. Please check in. Results of Heat 12. Third place in green, Jeff Devons, 5.9. Second place, 8, Matthew Mathis, 7.93, taking the win. First place to yellow, Dylan Kelly, 10.24. Marina Traverso just having a red hot dig at that one. Couldn't quite make it on. Marina on the inside in the green. And Lila Crouch out the back in the red. Beautiful underwater takeoff straight into the barrel for Marina there. Like getting shut down, unfortunately. Caught in the foam. They're spectacular. Takeoff at least. Now Lila Crouch having a look, deciding against that one. So only two competitors in this heat, round one, heat one of the IBSA World Tour Women's Finals. Opening the heat with a 1.5, Marina Traverso in green. Lila Crouch still holding patient. Now it's time for her to go. Rolling her way down the face into this one. And then the foam just taking her down. But as with Marina, a very impressive takeoff. Good start to that wave. A 4.17 awarded to that very stylish takeoff from Lila Crouch. Took off onto the wave very, very nicely and then threw in a really clean spin. So the judges awarding it 4.17. Here goes Lila again, but again fading off the back. So 4.17 the opening wave for Lila Crouch, giving her the lead at this stage. Marina Traverso, a 1.5, her opening wave. .12 minutes still remaining on the clock. Lila Crouch holding on to a lead. Second wave at 2.07. So sitting on 6.24 her combined score. And Marina Traverso still just a one wave score of 1.5. Sitting in second place. Here goes Marina now, trying the underwater takeoff. Couldn't quite pull it through. Waves rolling through nicely, but finding that little energy pocket proving to be very tricky. We saw it in the men's heat, and now too for the women. Wall standing up out the back. Looks like red was out of position, but green, Marina, taking a shot at it. Couldn't quite make it. So red with priority. As we hit the halfway mark, 10 minutes down, 10 minutes remaining. Red still holding that lead at 6.24. Marina requiring a 4.8 to claim the lead. We're just past the halfway, the high tide mark. So high tide hitting about 10 minutes ago. Now it's going to start running out again, and hopefully make these waves link through a little bit easier for the surfers. You have just 4 more heats remaining in today's competition. Round 1 of the women's division. And with just a little nudge of luck, the waves are going to get better and better as those heats progress. Red, Lila Crouch, threading under the lip, getting shut down. Fourth wave for our surfer in red. There is a 10 wave maximum. I don't think those girls will be touching on that in this heat. Surfers can only catch or be scored on 10 waves in their heats. It's only the top 2 scores that make up their final points and position. And at this stage, the top 2 scores for Lila Crouch have put her in the lead on 6.24. 1 wave of Marina Traverso's a 1.5, meaning she requires a 4.8 to move up into first place. Nice wall lining up for Marina. She takes off under the water, but again, can't hold on to it. She tried so hard to stick with that wave. Increased her score just very slightly, but did nothing for her position or requirements. So still looking for that 4.8. So green has priority. 6 minutes left on the clock. Again, Marina trying so hard to get onto these waves. So fickle. They look like they're going to peak and then just hold back that little bit, making it very hard to get onto the clean face. So red still in priority. Five minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining, ladies. Set lining up on the outside. Lila just adjusting her position, taking a look. Just running through fat. Wasn't there for Lila Kraus to be able to take off on. These sets, very deceptive. Looking like they're looming up to be a high-scoring wave and then just fading back by the time they get to the lineup. We have 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining in this heat. Still Lila Crouch holding the lead, 6.24. And Marina Travesso in second place, still searching for a 4.8. We've got 2 minutes on the clock. One minute and 30 seconds. Red with a little number dropping in. Won't affect her score, but green on the inside. Marina finally getting something of consequence, but getting hung up in the white water. may narrow her margin very, very slightly. We are into the final minute. We have 50 seconds left on the clock. We will count this heat out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Straight in. We'll count this heat straight back in again. 3, 2, 1. Results of that last heat. The girls did very well to get 8 waves between them, 4 waves each. Second place, green, Marina Travesso, 3.47. And taking the win in that one, moving into round 3, will be Lila Crouch in red, 6.24. Could I please call up heat 3? Delori Gomes, Meredith Rose, Pippi Cathcart, and Michelle Urkoff. Very international heat here. Got a Californian and Hawaiian, Australian, and Michelle I'm not too sure about. Scotty Schaefer with the opener and setting a very healthy benchmark. Straight down the middle, it looks like it's going to come in at 5.0. So, good way to start the heat. Slap bang in the middle, 5.0. Healthy opener there for Scotty Schaefer. So joining Scotty in this heat, we have Bianca Beck in the blue and Belinda Baggs in yellow.
Ocean gone a bit slack in this heat. Fun fact, Scotty Schaefer, all the way from the USA, actually snapped her elbow before coming out here to the beautiful shores of the Sunshine Coast and said, oh, here she is on the wave on the inside. Nice roll, holding it nice. Oh, hands behind the back. Rides out to shore. Now that's beautiful, beautiful body surfing from Scotty Schaefer. Showing us with that wave that she's definitely not affected by her previous injury. Body surfing absolutely beautifully. Here goes yellow on the outside. Pushing through. Nice change of direction there. Trimming nicely. Beautiful spin. And riding out. Oh, talk about commitment. Stalling on the rock roll. Consequence. That was Belinda Baggs on that wave. Absolutely ripping. Beautiful commitment. Showing she's all in on this event. Little score check in. So Scotty Too Hottie, Scotty Schaefer, she's currently got a 5 and a 5.43 for a score total of 10.43. She's our leader at the moment. And Belinda Baggs, with the commitment of the end section, scored a 3.5. Bianca, she's still waiting to catch a wave. We're excited to see what she can do with the wave rolling in now. Blue paddling, pushing hard. Oh, unfortunately gets hung up in the lip there. Doesn't quite make it over the section.
Belinda working hard through the white water there. Backup wave for her, the second wave, so it will increase her score. Won't be enough to catch Scotty Schaefer, who's sitting on a firm lead at this stage. Now here she goes again. Taking off deep in the pocket. Struggling through the white water. And somersaulting out of that one. Scotty Schaefer throwing down the numbers and the gauntlet to her fellow competitors. Pair of fives dropped in. So Belinda Baggs, her second wave at 2.6. So sitting in second place and looking for 7.0 to take that lead and that leapfrog advance into round 3. And Bianca Beck still just hanging back there for a minute, waiting for the good waves. We're almost at the halfway mark, 10 minutes down, just over 10 minutes remaining. Bianca taking a look, plowing into that one, but couldn't get over the shoulder. See that last wave roll through, we could really notice the kind of double up that it has there. It goes really fat through that midway section where our cameraman's currently paddling through. Girls needing to take off where they're sitting now and then try and trim through that section. Goes Belinda Baggs, digging in hard to get that one, taking a deeper line, throwing in the spin, and then wrapping her way out of the white water. Here goes Blue. First wave for Bianca. Getting hung up out the back. Now our heat leader, Scotty Schaefer, kicking hard to get over the shoulder, laying back into that spin, and working it through to the inside. Another clean ride there from Scotty. I'm not sure it will match her top two waves, but another very healthy ride from the surfer in red. Certainly pinning herself as the lady to beat in this heat. Already got two solid mid-range scores. And that last one, a 4.5, so just falling shy of her top two waves. Last wave of Belinda Baggs at 2.67, so a slight increase to her score. Here goes Bianca. Second wave for her. Did very well to get onto it. So with just under 7 minutes remaining, Scotty Schaefer still holding that lead. Red with 10.43. Yellow in second, 6.17. Blue in third, 4.13. So Belinda, you need a 7.0. Here she goes now. Looking for that reform on the inside. Holding on to the pocket. Sliding through beautifully. Held that one really well all the way through to the inside section. So currently sitting in second place. And Bianca in third at this stage. She needs a 5.1 to move into a qualifying spot. Belinda Baggs, her last wave, a 4.13, so her highest heat score so far. Belinda now looking for a 6.3 to take that first place. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Five minutes, surfers, 5 minutes remaining. The yellow flag is flying. Still Scotty Schaefer holding that lead. Red with 10.43. Yellow second, now on 7.63. And Belinda requires a 6.3 to move into first. And third place at the moment is blue on 4.13. And Bianca Beck needing a 5.1. Four minutes. Belinda Baggs taking off, finding some really nice opening speed, bouncing through into the reform, clear spin, but then fading off the back. Nice one for Bindi here, late drop. Trying to wrap her way around the section. Couldn't quite make it. Committed takeoff. Now Scotty Schaefer laying back into a pair of spins. Couldn't quite complete the second. She got the spin in, but then couldn't maintain momentum back into line. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. So no changes. Places and points all stay the same. We are into the final minute. Swell starting to turn on now. Looks like Bianca was in position for that one. Now she's looking for the reform. Worked her guts out to try and stay with that one. Fully committed. Now here's Belinda sliding fast, good momentum. Laying back into a very smooth takeoff. High-fiving on the way through. Beautifully done. Nothing like the camaraderie and stoke being shared. Excellent wave to watch at least. And Well ridden as well, I must say. 15 seconds to go. And a healthy score coming in for yellow. We'll count this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Two, one. Could I please call up heat number 4? Oran Luque, Anna Le Petit, Marion Christensen, and Tallow Crouch. Please come and check in. And heat 2 results. Third place, blue, Bianca Klafkivak, 5.0. Second place, yellow, Belinda Baggs, 8.5. And first place to red, Scotty Schaefer, 10.43. Now, the Hawaiian of the heat, Delori Gomes. Oh, killing this one. What an opener. Surfed it beautifully, stayed right in the pocket all the way through. Lifting her hands high, getting really good trim, laying back through some very casual, controlled spins. Two Californians, one Hawaiian, one local girl. Opening numbers, a 5.03 for Delori Gomes. An early lead for the surfer in red. Michelle Urkoff, a 2.43, surfer in yellow. And green, Pippi Cathcart with a 1.17. Surfer in blue, Mer yet to get a wave in this heat. Still plenty of time, only 3 minutes gone. 3 minutes and 3 waves have been ridden. I think we have a couple of former world champs in this heat. Girls have just nudged themselves a little further out than the previous heat, hoping to score some of those tighter, hollow waves on the outside there. For those of you joining us online, you are watching the IBSA 2025 Bodysurfing World Tour Finals here at Point Cartwright on the Sunshine Coast of Australia. This is round 1, heat 3 of the women's division. And Meredith Rose trying to get some punch with an underwater takeoff there. Couldn't quite pull herself over the shoulder. Very powerful and gutsy surfer Meredith Rose, taking off on some pretty big waves in her time. And when the California beach breaks are on from the Huntington Beach area, she will almost guaranteed be out there. Delori Gomes taking an inside wave, 2 clean spins, losing the power very slightly. Couldn't quite match up to her first wave. Meredith on the inside, laying back under the lip and ducking out nice and clean to paddle back out again. American girls stoked, loving being here in Australia. So Delori competing last weekend as well in a homegrown competition, having heaps of fun and doing exceptionally well. Beautiful underwater takeoff from Michelle there. Held onto it very, very well onto the inside. Did exceptionally well to keep up the power on that wave. She is absolutely flying back out there. Super keen for another wave. 12 minutes, just over 12 minutes left on the clock. Here's Pippi Cathcart. Big cheer going up from the Australians. Nice one there for Pippi. So, some backup scores coming in. A 3.93 for Delori. A 3.4 for Michelle. Opening wave for Meredith Rose, a 3.7. And Pippi Cathcart, her first wave, a 1.17. Just backing it up now. Looking to be around the mid-3 mark. A 3.1. So with 11 minutes left on the clock, red is currently in the lead, 8.96. Yellow is in second place, 5.83. Green is third, 4.27. And blue is fourth, just a one wave score of 3.7. Michelle requires a 5.6. Pippi is looking for a 2.8. And Meredith a 2.2. Shift in tide, definitely noticeable. Starting to run back out again now. The wave's hollowing as the Delori rolls down the face on a double spin to take off on this wave. Punching her way through the foam. And an underwater takeoff, very deep for yellow. Michelle on the inside, Meredith Rose on the outside. Blue with priority. So it has been called that Michelle didn't interfere with the wave at all. So despite the two girls both being on the same wave, no interference call. Meredith had the priorities. So we're just past the halfway mark. There's 9.5 minutes left on the clock. Meredith taking a look out on the shoulder there. Her second wave, a 3.13, enough to move her up into second place. So with 8 minutes on the clock, red still in the lead, 9.53. Blue is in second, 6.83. Yellow third, 5.83. And green fourth, 4.27. Meredith needs a 5.9. Michelle is looking for a 3.5. And Pippi is chasing down a 3.8. 7 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. The four women of this heat really putting on a performance. We're seeing some outstanding rides. The waves definitely increasing slightly in quality as the tide starts dropping out. But also four very, very talented ladies in the lineup. Green with priority. Michelle looking to make the drop on this. She does, throwing herself face first into a crumbling lip. Getting slapped out of that wave. Coming down on her like a guillotine. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. More lines approaching. What a healthy finish to the day. We've got 2 more heats remaining. And the swell cleaning up, turning on a notch. And giving some beautiful canvases for these girls to work with. Look at this from Pippi Cathcart. Nice, clean water face for her. So she'll drop off a very low score with that one. Only the third wave, but going to be nudging up her score slightly. We have 5 minutes remaining, surfers. 5 minutes remaining. Meredith Rose spinning her way through the closeout at the end of that wave. Got some really good length out of it. A 2.5, so no change to her overall score. Still sitting in second place on 6.83. Delori Gomes still holding that lead, 9.53. Yellow third, green fourth. Blue needs a 5.9 to claim first place. Yellow needs a 3.5 to move up into second. And green needs a 3.8 to claim second place. Really outstanding wave for Michelle there. That is going to change the table. We're getting the last of the scores dropped in by the judges. We'll give you an update. We've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. With only 2 minutes remaining, we're getting some big scores dropping in. Very, very healthy numbers coming in for green and yellow. .5 locked in for Pippi Cathcart. And a 6.33 for Michelle Urkoff. So yellow now in first place. We've got just over a minute to go. Yellow in first on 9.73. Red back into second, 9.53. Green up into third place, 8.6. And blue fourth place, 6.83. Delori, you need a 4.8 to reclaim first place. Pippi, you need 4.1 to move up into second. And Mer, you need 5.9 to move into second place. 50 seconds left on the clock. .30 seconds to go. .15 seconds. We'll count this heat out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll count in 3, 2, 1. Penultimate heat of the day. And can I call up the last heat? Gabriella Hebere, Mackenzie Carpenter, Katie Collins, and Christina Gasparich. Please check in. Right now in the water we have heat 4. Oran Loke in red, Anna Le Petit in blue, Marion Christensen in green, and Tallow Crouch in yellow. The results of that last heat. 4th place, blue, Meredith Rose, 6.83. 3rd place, green, Pippi Cathcart, 8.6. 2nd place, red, Delory Gomes, 9.53. And taking the win in those closing seconds, Michelle Urkoff in yellow, 9.73. Anna Le Petit opening the heat. Shorter ride, but getting the numbers on the board. Green, Marion Christensen having a wrestle with the whitewater. Oran Lecrae getting very busy on her first wave there. Really nicely done. Couple of very, very clean, fast spins. Anna Lay unable to get over the lip on that one. That wave just reeling off in front of her. First numbers in. Oran Lecrae, an early lead at this stage, 3.83. Anna Le Petit, second at the moment, 1.57. Third at this stage, Marion Christensen at 1.43. And Tallow Crouch Just waiting at this stage for her moment to shine. Five minutes down, 15 on the clock. Here goes Tallow Crouch, trying to pull her way onto that inside line. Now Blue Annalay Petit laying back on the foam, but spinning her way off the wave. Marion Christensen, very healthy wave here. 3 rapid spins to finish up there. And a good long ride. One of the better waves of the heat so far. Here goes Lorraine. Lorraine trying her best to get onto that, couldn't quite hold it. That last wave of Marion, a 5.67. Very nicely done from the surfer in green. Puts her up into first place. So Marion Christensen currently in the lead on 7.1. Oran Leque in second now, 3.83 her score. Anna Le Petit currently in third place, 3.2. And fourth at the moment, Tallow Crouch, 1.17. We've got 13 minutes left on the clock, 13 minutes remaining. Some really nice walls filtering into the lineup here. Beautiful double up for Tallow Crouch if she can get onto it. And she's rolling her way down the face, under the lip. Front flipping her way out of it. Sort of shorter ride, but made the most of it. Young Coolum local. Blue with priority. And 4.17 awarded to Tallow Crouch, moving her into second place. So green in the lead on 7.1, yellow second on 5.34, red in third place, 3.83, and blue third, 3.2. Tallow Crouch, you need 3.0 to move into a progression spot. Oran Leque, you need a 1.6 to move into second. And Anna Le Petit, you need a 3.8 to move into second place. Just over 11 minutes on the clock. So not even at the halfway point. We've had 7 waves ridden already. To everybody tuning in across the world, thank you so much for joining us. This is the IBSA Bodysurfing World Tour Finals. You're watching round 1, heat 4 of the women's division. Marianne Christensen is surfing in green, Tally Crouch in yellow, Oran Lequay in red, and Anna-Leigh Petit in blue. We're at the halfway mark, 10 minutes down and 10 minutes remaining. Green holding the lead at this stage. Goes yellow, Tally Crouch. Throwing some energy at that wave. Smaller score coming in, but looks like she might increase her overall score slightly. Look at this wall. Anna-Leigh Petit taking advantage of it. Beautiful planing down the face. And then just getting guillotined on the inside. Last wave of Tally Crouch, a 2.43. So increasing her score slightly. And the last of Anna-Leigh Petit, a 2.13. So 7 minutes on the clock. Marianne Christensen still holding the lead from Tally Crouch in second place. Tallow still searching for that 3-point ride to claim first place. Oran Lequay currently in third place and looking for a 2.8. Anna-Leigh Petit in fourth place still, looking for 4.5 now. We've got 7 minutes remaining. Green in the lead, yellow second, red third, blue fourth. Pretty narrow margin separating the girls. Everybody's within striking distance. Green has priority. Always tough when the lineup goes flat. You just have to hold patient, hope that the swell comes through. We've got just over 5 minutes to go. And do have time for at least one more set to run through, and that could change everything. Five minutes, surfers, 5 minutes remaining. Girls just holding their positions patiently. Willing a set to come through. There is movement out there, and still plenty of time for it to arrive. Green is still holding priority, still in the lead, 7.1. Yellow is in second on 6.6. Red is third, 3.83, and blue fourth, 3.76. So not much in it. As the girls, for the final heat of the day, start making their way out. 4 minutes left on the clock. Blues in on the inside, Adelaide Petit getting shut down on that one. Three minutes remaining, and what was plenty of time is rapidly slipping away. Guys, Marion Christensen looking at that one, but there wasn't enough to it. Red and blue taking a look at this. Oran kicking hard to try and get onto that. Two minutes and 30 seconds. Yellow with priority, but sitting well away from the other girls. Looks like blue is going to take advantage. Taking off on the outside, throwing in a quick spin to start, but then fading off the back of the wave. Little over 2 minutes left on the clock. Just over 2 minutes remaining. Marion Christensen on the inside, heat leader. Will this be her victory lap? Just running the whitewater through, rolling her way out of it with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Looks like she may well be stretching out her lead just slightly. As Tallow Crouch paddles to the outside to try and get this one. Little bit too far. Wave running away from her. 3.27, the last for Marion Christensen, so increasing her score and increasing her lead with 1 minute to go. 8.94 now, her lead. Tallow Crouch still sitting on 6.6. Adelaide Petit 4.16. And Aran Luque with 3.83. Lines approaching. Aran, the first of the set. Caught in the foam. Yellow paddling wide, having a look. Couldn't do anything with it. 15 seconds left on the clock. Last chance for Annalay. 10 seconds to go. Annalay with a spin under the lip. We'll count this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Count in the final heat. 3, 2, 1. Scores of heat 4. Fourth place, blue, Annalay Petit, 5.63. Third place, in red, Aran Luque, 5.86. Second place, Tallow Crouch, 6.6. And taking the win in that one, green, Marianne Christensen, 8.94. And what a dynamic opening exchange we're seeing here. Christiana Gasparich with a huge ride from the outside. Christina with a really nice one. And then Katie Collins. Also, very long ride. Did so well, both ladies, to connect the dots and run all the way through as we see Gabriella Heberle taking off on the outside. Gabriella kicking her way into this one. Not much happening for her as Mackenzie Carpenter lines up, buries herself deep to spring onto the face of this one, laying back into a beautiful clean spin, throwing in another, and riding hands-free to roll out just before the rock wall. Christina throwing the hands above the head for a hands-free spin. Very good exchange there from yellow and blue. And Katie Collins on the outside. The wave's really starting to turn on now. Big drop for Katie Collins. Unable to do too much with it, getting caught up in the foam. It just pushed her all the way through. Everything's locked in. So the highest wave score so far, Mackenzie Carpenter, a 6.0. Very solid start from the surfer in blue. But Christina Gasparich currently holding the lead. 2-wave score of 8.56. So yellow in the lead at this stage. Blue second, 6.0 off that 1 wave. Green currently third place, 5.24. 2 waves ridden. And red just with 1 wave, a 1.4. Currently sitting in 4th place. 15 minutes remaining of today's competition, and this heat really lighting up the lineup. We're seeing some exceptional body surfing from these four ladies, and the waves just turning on for it. Look at this, lining up out the back, girls paddling, trying to get position, everybody a little bit too deep. Mackenzie Carpenter finding some brilliant trim on this one. Laying back into her spin, couldn't quite finish off the wave. Christina finishing off very close into the wall. Wave number 3 for the surfer in yellow. 2.9 the last for Mackenzie. Moves her up into first place. But Christina answering back with a 5.33, putting her back into first place. So with 13 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, yellow in first place, 10.16. Blue in second place, 8.9. Green third, 5.24. And red fourth, 2.63. Some big numbers coming in for yellow and blue. Green and red, both very, very capable, but yet to have their opportunity. Yet to score that wave that links through and gives them optimal scoring potential. Plenty of time though, still just under 13 minutes remaining on the clock. Here goes Katie Collins. Nice drop into this one. Holding her place high on the lip, spinning both ways. Down the face and then reversing it. Doing very well to keep up with this wave. Throwing another spin and somersaulting her way out. Plenty of effort. She didn't pause for a moment on that wave. Linked everything together very well. Very, very active. And wave of the heat. 6.67 awarded to Katie Collins, putting her into first place. So green now in first, 10.34. Yellow down to second. Blue third, red fourth. Surfer in red, currently holding priority. Christina needs a 5.1 to reclaim first place. Mackenzie looking for a 4.2 to move up into second place. And Gabriella an 8.8 needing to move into second spot. Here goes red now. The wave just running away from her. You can see it double up on the inside. It pushed her off the back. Seen a couple of the set waves ridden, and they're the ones that are scoring the big points, giving the girls opportunity to really open up in the clean water, perform those critical maneuvers under the lip. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes remaining. Mackenzie having a look. Couldn't pull herself into that one. Katie Collins, big drop into this one, getting buried, fully committed takeoff. Giving away priority to yellow. Nine minutes on the clock, no change. Still green in the lead, 10.34. Yellow second, 10.16. Blue third, 8.9. Red fourth, 3.2. Another big lull, just muting the lineup here. 7 minutes to go. But as we saw in the last heat, everything can change in the dying seconds. It only takes a single wave to turn a heat around. So all girls need to be completely focused for the next 7 minutes. Goes Gabriella. Nice spin, high line under the lip. Surfing the pocket very well. Beautiful, clean ride all the way through, fading off. Big smile on her face as she paddles back out from that one. Judges happy too. A 5.3 awarded for the last wave of Gabriella's. So still in fourth place. She needs a backup to that 5.3. Great last wave, but she will need one more. We're creeping up towards 5 minutes remaining as Katie Collins took a look at that one. Couldn't make it. Mackenzie Carpenter. Underwater takeoff, but getting caught in the mush. Goes Katie Collins looking to firm up that first place. Very nice opener. Smooth spin. And she's trying to make her way Round the section, into the clean face. Another spin with 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining, surfers. Katie looking to drop off a lower mid-range score. Last wave will come very close. She may possibly be increasing her lead. Four minutes remaining, and a 6.2 dropped in for Katie Collins, so increasing her lead. Green in the lead with 12.87, 4 minutes on the clock. Yellow in second place, 10.16. Blue in third place, 8.9. Red in fourth, 7.1. Here goes Christina, finding some clean water. Gabriella answering back. Throwing the spin in, but spinning her way off the back. Those scores locked in, not affecting the overall places or scores. Now here goes Mackenzie. Again, I don't think that's going to add into her overall score. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes to go. Still green, a strong lead on 12.87. Yellow second, 10.16. Blue third, 8.9. Red fourth, 7.1. Christina needs a 7.6. Mackenzie a 4.2. And Gabriella a 4.9. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Into the final minute now. Ocean's gone quiet. "30 seconds. Blue giving it a hard dig. Yellow taking a look. Looks like these waves aren't going to do it. 15 seconds. We may have to count this wave out. Count this heat out. Quiet. 5 seconds to go. And no waves to be seen. 3, 2, 1. That concludes competition for the day. Don't forget to join us tomorrow when we'll be hitting rounds 2 and 3. Results in of that final heat. 4th place in red, Gabriella Heberle, 7.1. 3rd place, blue, Mackenzie Carpenter, 8.9. 2nd place, yellow, Christina Gasparich, 10.16. And taking the win in green, Katie Collins, 1st place, 12.87. Thank you, ladies. That was a superb exhibition of body surfing to wrap out today's competition of this, the IBSA Bodysurfing World Tour Finals. We'll see you tomorrow.
Do a big shout out to Absolute Streaming for making this live stream possible.
Broadbeach Cats 2021 QAFL Premiers. Big shout out to Absolute Streaming, absolute legends.